555, and we'll take a break to go over to the D'Astaire House. So without any further ado, there is no introduction of late items. If I can get a motion to approve the July 10th, 2024 agenda. Moved and seconded, and any questions or comments on the agenda? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously as long as Jonathan is. Perfect. Thank you. And so we have two delegations this evening. So I'll ask that Tanya from the tourism development specialist from Experience Comox Valley come with us. Thank you. And I believe your presentation is around 20 minutes, and then we'll have questions, time for questions after that. Yeah, it'll just go red if you press that there. And welcome, Tanya.
All right, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm also grateful to be here on the traditional Unceded territory of the Comox First Nation. Today, I just want to go over some of the recent activities that Experience Comox Valley has been up to, give you guys an update on our projects and successes to date. Which direction do I point this in? Oh, the down arrow. All right, cool. So Experience Comox Valley, the current vision is that the Comox Valley is recognized as the premier year-round Vancouver Island destination for outdoor adventure, culinary, and arts and culture activities. We do that by implementing fiscally prudent destination marketing initiatives that are informed and tested through our stakeholder engagement. We started the Tourism Advisory Committee in 2002. So this is a committee made up of 11 members across various sectors, including a CVRD liaison, as well as 4VI staff. The goal is to advise, review, and recommend annual marketing and destination plans and budgets, and work collaboratively to represent the best interests of tourism stakeholders within the entire Comox Valley region. Our current strategic objectives include increasing revenue from visitation, managing growth and benefit through seasonal and geographical dispersion, increasing competitiveness of the Comox Valley as a desired destination, and supporting sustainable tourism initiatives and activities. Geographically, we target southern Vancouver Island as well as the Lower Mainland, Metro Vancouver, Calgary and Edmonton in Alberta, and on a lesser scale, Washington State. And then new for this year, our surprise direct route from Kelowna to Comox. So we've just entered into that market for the first time as well. For Explorer Quotient types, we target authentic experiencers, rejuvenators, and cultural explorers, basically anyone who has interests that align with the things that we have here to offer, as well as they want to come here to live like a local. So for our marketing activities, our main resource is our website tool. So this is experiencecomoxvalley.ca. It has been optimized for conversion to stakeholder websites. It includes free business listings for tourism and tourism-related businesses. There's currently about 200 businesses that are listed, more than 50 of which are located in the town of Comox. We also have an events calendar feature where anyone can submit an event for free to be listed on the website. And we also feature year-round annual events such as Nautical Days, Philbert Festival, and that kind of thing that just live on our site year-round. We continue to update, improve, and build upon our website, as well as gather new assets, so visual assets as well as written content, such as blogs. This year, we've done a focused project around inclusive representation. So we've built out some 2S LGBTQIA+ content, including a dedicated landing page and some new assets. And we are actually working to expand our accessibility guide as well. Users that go to our website originate from Canada, the US, UK, Mexico, and Germany as top geographical sources. As I mentioned, we're continuing to build our visual assets, so images as well as B-roll video that can then be made into themed social media clips or broadcast commercials, that kind of thing. And they either live on our website or we use them in our marketing campaigns. We strive to work with local photographers or Comox Valley-based or Vancouver Island-based photographers that come to our area and capture images of places to go, but also businesses as well. Our social media pages are the other great tool that we have. Organically, we have a Facebook page and an Instagram page that is user-generated content, which is really great because it's real visitors and locals sharing their experiences and their stories. We post daily and respond to questions, comments about our destination. And we can also amplify stakeholder messaging and posts by sharing them, resharing them either through stories or onto our direct page. And the great thing about that is we align with Destination BC's user-generated content network. So anything that is shared by Experience Comox Valley can also be seen and have the opportunity to be shared by 4VI or Tourism Vancouver Island, Destination BC, or Hello BC is the consumer-facing name, and then Destination Canada. So it all kind of builds up into a funnel that way. We are continuing to build an engaged audience, seeing increases in both Facebook and Instagram followers, and in 2023 had over 1 million reach on each of those platforms. This is just an example of some of the amplification. So for instance, a lovely Comox Harbor image was used in Destination BC content recently. And also just last week, last week or the week before, BC's Guide to Arts and Culture shared a reel that we made of all the museums and art galleries and things to see in the Comox Valley. So that was kind of a neat little feature too. For print advertising, we have our annual Comox Valley Vacation Guide. Sorry, that should say 2024. Didn't update that apparently. We also have a spread in BC's Guide to Arts and Culture, as well as Go Vancouver Island magazine, Vancouver Island Visitor Guide, Canada Travel and Lifestyle magazine, Soar magazine, and then we have the cover page of the Landmark Media's map of the Comox Valley. For broadcast, as I mentioned briefly, we do commercials, particularly in our fall and spring campaigns. So these are live broadcast streaming or pre-roll commercial videos that run. We can geo-target them to our direct lines, so Calgary, Edmonton, Metro Vancouver area. In the fall of 2023, we did some community spotlights with CTV. So an outdoor adventure business was featured in Comox, an arts and culture business in Courtenay, and a culinary experience in Cumberland. Lots of great results through that specific campaign, 2.5 million impressions. Great ad impressions also, particularly in the Alberta market. Throughout the year, we run various promotional campaigns, including some partner projects. So for instance, working with neighboring communities, like what we did with the Island Taste Trail in the fall. So that was working with Cowichan Valley, Nanaimo, Parksville, Qualicum, Comox Valley, and Campbell River to promote culinary experiences and small plate pairings in a time of year when restaurants are a little less busy. We also partner with the airport for direct flight awareness, basically just to increase the awareness of those routes that are offered in Calgary, Edmonton, as well as the brand new Kelowna route this year. We also buy into Destination BC consortiums such as the BC Ale Trail, Ride Island, Ahoy BC, Golf VI, the Farmers Market, and then new this year, Paddle BC, and run seasonal campaigns in our off-peak seasons, with lots of our efforts going into the fall as well as the late winter, early spring. And then we have always on digital search ads through Google as well. I briefly mentioned our inclusive marketing. So this was just a recent project that we completed, working with a 2S LGBTQIA+ content creator, hiring some photographers to capture new images, as well as create some new video reels. And we launched 3 new blogs on our website in June and a dedicated landing page for 2S LGBTQIA travel in the Comox Valley. We also have our visitor information services. So our main visitor center, which is located near Highway 19, the big snowbird out front, is open year round, 5 days a week. In the summer, it does open up 7 days a week, staff permitting. And then we also hold summer mobile visitor information kiosks in our downtown communities course. So the marina here, as well as in downtown Courtenay and Cumberland. And then we participate in a number of events throughout the summer as well. There's advertising opportunities available for tourism stakeholders up at the visitor center, including brochure racking and screen advertising. And we have a consignment gift shop of local goods. And our visitor center staff also participate in community outreach, such as, Chamber of Commerce Business After Business. They visit local high schools and other community events. This is just a snapshot of the visitors that we engaged with over the past 3 years. So these are visitors and drop-ins at the visitor center or the mobile kiosks that are specifically asking questions about things to do, looking for ideas, specific directions, that kind of thing. This does not capture the number of people that just come in to use the washroom, for instance. We don't record those people. We also put some of our budget towards market research as we recognize the importance of having data-driven decisions made with the Tourism Advisory Committee. In 2023, we did 2 different visitor intercept surveys. So this was a great project working with the Comox Valley Airport as well as Vancouver Island University to do surveys of visitors and capture them while they are in market. The great thing about these is it helps us understand travel motivations, visitor behavior, and the satisfaction of their trip here. Some of the key findings, the majority of visitors were here for pleasure and or visiting friends or family. So nearly 3/4 of them. Top activities that they did while here in Comox Valley included going to the beach, hiking, shopping, marine activities, wineries, breweries, and festivals. Overall, our net promoter score was between 60 and 71, depending on the survey, which for those of you who aren't familiar with net promoter, that's a really great score. Anything over 0 is considered good because it means that they're not detractors. Anything above 50 is kind of like what most people aim for. If you're in that 70 to 75 range, that's considered to be world class. But the great thing about this is now we have a baseline and can continue to build off of that and see how surveys in future years compare. Some of the positives that were mentioned during the recent survey was that, our area is beautiful. We have lots of friendly people, plenty to do, good restaurants, a clean environment. Some of the negatives that were brought up during the research was overall traffic, limited marina space, limited taxi service, limited restaurant retail hours of operation, and then homelessness and public drug use issues. In the fall of 2023, we launched our brand new Events and Experiences Fund program. So this came out of a recognition that we want to support the creation and or enhancement of new events and experiences in our region. So those destination drivers that bring people here, particularly in off-peak season. So fall, again, that sort of fall, winter, spring timing. Events or experiences that increase economic and social benefit, reach new markets, those kind of things. Each individual applicant can apply for up to $7,500 in funding. In the fall of 2023, we had 6 successful applicants. So it was $37,000 total. And to date, we've had 5 successful applicants in 2024 or $27,000 in funding. And there's actually 2 more applications that are currently under review. So that number might change. All right, so that was sort of Experience Comox Valley and the activities that we do. This year also we're in a really unique situation because we are working on a tourism strategy as well. This tourism strategy is a project of the Comox Valley Regional District as a component of the Regional Tourism Service. It is going to be a 10-year tourism strategy plan, which aims to provide a roadmap for sustainable tourism development while ensuring economic growth and environmental and social well-being for the region. And then in follow-up to the tourism strategy plan, we will be looking at exploring the expansion of MRDT, which is the Municipal Regional District tax that is currently collected in City of Courtenay hotels as well as up at Mount Washington accommodations. So that'll be a secondary project, so it hasn't begun yet. The reference area for the new tourism strategy plan encompasses the regional districts, so City of Courtenay, Town of Comox, Village of Cumberland, and the electoral areas excluding Denman Island and Hornby Island. To date, we have established a tourism strategy steering committee with representatives from various sectors and geographically across the Comox Valley region. We did a virtual community engagement page that is currently live on engagecomoxvalley.ca. In the fall, we hosted the first virtual public information session and then had a in-person engagement session as well as a secondary one in March of this year. Both were really well attended with a great variety of people, not only tourism stakeholders and those associated with the tourism sector, but also just a great variety of residents, all ages. We had North Island College students, as well as senior citizens that took the bus out to Crown Isle just to come and participate. So it was a really, really cool event to be a part of. We have also since done some local government staff engagement sessions, including the elected officials forum workshop. And we are just finishing up our targeted engagement, so one-on-one interviews and focus group conversations. So far, we've heard a lot of great feedback. This is by no means everything, but just a couple of high level things that we've noted, is that the strategy must be forward looking and independent of previous experiences and challenges. The strategic plan, vision, and guiding principles need to be inclusive, reflecting the perspectives and aspirations of all the businesses within the Comox Valley. And there's want to put consideration into broadening the remit of the regional tourism service to not only include marketing. Right now, we're very much based on destination marketing and visitor servicing, as I highlighted previously. But also in this plan to encompass destination management, stewardship, and ensuring sustainable growth with benefits for both community and residents. So actually looking at residents as stakeholders too, not just the businesses. Next steps, as I mentioned, we are wrapping up those engagements, and we'll be meeting with the strategy steering committee later on this summer to present the initial draft plan. So that will have all the tactics that we've kind of put together from our engagements to dates for them to review and make any changes to. And then once that's sort of been approved by the steering committee and the tourism advisory committee, we will then be presenting that draft to the CVRD board of directors. And then assuming that they approve of that draft in principle, we will then do a final public engagement through some community open houses. So this will be just a checkpoint, pulse check with the community where we'll house probably 2 or 3 different open houses in various locations across the Comox Valley region, so that the public can have their eyes on our draft plan and, give us any final feedback, capture any red flags, that kind of thing. And then once that's done, we'll do any revisions if necessary and then present the final draft to the board in the fall. We encourage everybody to follow along with the engagecomoxvalley.ca for the project updates, as well as we have some polls and questions on there where you can provide feedback or ideas on things to include in the plan. There's a little QR code there that takes you directly there. And then, as I mentioned, we will be having the public engagement sessions, community open houses, but those dates have not been determined yet. All right, I went through that really fast because I know it's time. And I know some of you have heard some of my spiel before. But yeah, I just want to hear from you if you got any questions that I can answer.
Thanks, Tanya. It was a great 15-minute to the timeline. Councillor Haslett.
Thanks very much. You'd mentioned that when people come into the visitor center that you're putting forth quite a few options in the valley. What are some of the options or activities in Comox that you guys are pushing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like Marina Park is such a great driver of people to come here. I mean, there's food trucks, there's beautiful scenery, there's the boardwalk to do. We talk a lot about just the main downtown drag and having beautiful boutiques as well as restaurants and dining and other culinary experiences. We've got golf courses here in Comox that are great. We've also, it's not in downtown, but 40 Knots Winery is another great location that a lot of people ask questions about. We do have an itinerary, and so I haven't memorized everything that's on there, but there's one specifically for things to do in Comox. So it's a whole 2-day itinerary of all the things that you can do if you just want to spend your time in Comox. And then we have other itineraries for arts and culture, suggested activities across the whole valley, as well as outdoor adventure like biking and cycling, and then the relaxation one, so spas, wellness, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Thanks. And then just one more. You mentioned with the open houses coming up. Where will the notifications be for that? Now that you can participate?
Yeah, that's a great question. So on our engagecomoxvalley.ca page, we will definitely be announcing it, as well as publicly through our social media channels. We will do some radio ads, and it also gets put out on the CVRD's. They have like a community bulletin newsletter that it gets sent out on as well. And I can send it. I mean, I'm happy to send it direct to all of you as well. We'll share it with the CAOs, of course.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just a question about the Comox summer kiosk. I've seen it down there. Is there like set hours that kiosk is open during the summertime?
Yes, yeah, it's open 5 days a week. I should have memorized this before coming here. It's on our website. I believe it is Sunday to Wednesday for Comox.
But I was more curious, just roughly how many days.
Yeah, it's so 5 days a week, and typically from 9:30 to 4:30.
Okay, so catching me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Swift.
Oh, thanks for your presentation. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit about your tourism strategy steering committee and your advisory committee and how you solicit members, and are there any for Comox?
Yeah, so we have Linda from Philburg Association is a part of it. We tried to get a variety of sectors. So we have, someone representing arts and culture, but also accommodations. We have the Comox Valley Airport is on that list. We have food and beverage, as well as education, so North Island College. We wanted somebody who was really focused on like environmental stewardship. So we have the Cumberland Community Forest Society. There's 12 members total. And I'm trying to think of who else. And the accessibility. So we have someone from the accessibility committee from the CVRD, and it's been a really, really great working group that comes together. And the BIAs were all invited, as well as the Chamber of Commerce and Comox Valley Arts. Did I mention Comox Valley Arts? So those are kind of the Comox Valley whole region.
Counselor Swift, Counselor Mayer.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for all the engagement work you've done. I heard kind of through my networks a lot of really positive things and a lot of hopefulness actually that hadn't existed previously about tourism. It's maybe building a little bit on Councillor Swift's question, a little bit kind of governance related. I think I'm still not fully understanding how the pieces, so there's the governance pieces, representation from Comox. I think I heard you say there's an airport in Philburg. And that's probably it.
Yeah, except for, like I said, the ones that are the whole valley, like the chamber and the BIAs and
Totally, but that's specifically right. That's not what they're representing. Specifically. So, and then just looking in here at like the scope, you provided advise, review, and recommend annual marketing and destination, but so then it's like, well, who's doing the annual marketing and recommendations is one question. And then at the backside, we were talking about considering broadening the service to not only include marketing, but to encompass these other pieces that are missing. So I guess I'm curious about like what is being done to address those pieces.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we currently, like I said, we're in a bit of a unique situation this year because we actually have two committees, because we have our dedicated tourism strategy steering committee, which is just for the tourism strategy plan project. But then the tourism advisory committee, which was established in 2022, that's a different set of people, not completely. There's 3 people that sit on both boards. But they included in the tourism advisory committee, we also have IHOS Gallery, as well as Coast Surf Shop here in Comox. Yes, and then we actually currently have an open space for an adventure tourism business. So I was thinking like Big Animal Encounters or Compass Adventures might be a good one if anybody wants to. Anyways, we do currently have an open position there, so I would love to fill that with someone from Comox. So basically we utilize the tourism advisory committee to help us build out our MRDT, which is the Municipal Regional District Tax Tactical Plan. Every year we have to submit an annual plan to the province. And then we also apply for Destination BC cooperative funding grant. So both of those are very similar. However, each fund has limitations on what you can spend the money on. For instance, Destination BC is very, very marketing focused and marketing only. We have a little bit more leeway with the MRDT dollars. That's where, for instance, the fund for events and experiences, that comes out of MRDT money because it's a little bit looser. But for instance, if we were to expand our MRDT collection and have a bigger budget to be able to do the work that we would like to do, and from what we're hearing from our engagements, the work that needs to be done for destination development, infrastructure needs, that's something that we currently cannot touch. However, if we expand our collection and have that bigger budget, it's going to open up a lot more of those possibilities to be able to manage those kind of things as well.
That's helpful. It sounds like there's a lot of pieces. One other question, folks really missed the Dine Around This year, I'm wondering if you know what's happening with that and if we can expect to have that in, I think that's a February thing when things are slow.
Yeah, it's good timing because I was just discussing this 2 weeks ago with someone, so I can't say anything for sure yet, but there is someone who's interested in potentially taking up the mantle of organizing that. And then, of course, they could apply for our funding grant. And that would be an example of a program that would be a great fit for that grant because of the timing. It's in the off-peak season. It's multi-days, so it does, encourage people to come here and stay here overnight. And obviously it's got a great economic benefit through the food and beverage sector. So yeah, so that would be really great if we just, as Experience Comox Valley, we don't coordinate events, but we want to support them. So we just need somebody to sort of take charge and be willing to be that group that leads Dine Around. Like I said, the Island Taste Trail that we did in the fall was kind of that, not replacement, but it was another way of recognizing, again, just promoting culinary experiences. That is something that is also, we are currently talking about doing again this fall, but I would love to look at other ways of expanding that into the February, March timing. If this other group doesn't take on the mantle. So it's something that I'm actively trying to explore to bring back in some form or another.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna move into last question, just for timing. We have Counselor Kerr online. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Tanya, for the presentation. Just question about the events funding up to 7,500. Just can you remind me, are municipalities able to apply for the funding? And if so, when's the window for applying? And how would we do so for our town events? Thanks.
Yeah, great question. Absolutely, anybody can apply. Because this is the first year and it is still technically a pilot program, we're doing a rolling intake. So basically, we're just accepting applications as they come in. We have a subcommittee, sorry, I apologize, a subcommittee that reviews the applications. It takes about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks for us to get back to the applicant, whether they were successful or not. And basically, we'll just keep doing that until the total budget has been allocated. Right now, we're at about 50, maybe 55% of the budget has been allocated for 2024. So there's still definitely money left over. And like, this would be a great time to be applying for events that take place in the fall. And the other thing that we are accepting up to is actually the fiscal year to encompass those winter events. So events that take place right up until March 31st can apply now for that money. So if you know somebody, or if the municipality is already thinking about the mayor tree lighting event or what other winter events you want to do, this would be a great time to apply for it.
Perfect. That was a good note to end on. That's positive news to hear municipalities can apply for the event funding. So thank you so much to Tanya. And if we have any follow-up questions on the presentation, we will be in touch.
Yes, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our next delegation is from Kaylee Mortimer, our community consultant from Urban Systems, who's going to be doing a presentation on our Town of Comox Climate Action Plan. Welcome, Kaylee.
Go for it. Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Kaylee Mortimer. I work as a community consultant at Urban Systems, and I'm here tonight to talk about the climate action plan that we worked on. Okay. I'll try and make this super quick because I know we have to stop just before 6 as well. So for a brief agenda of the presentation tonight, I'll start with the project overview and some background on the project, talk about the vulnerability and risk assessment that we did, talk about greenhouse gas emissions, and then really I want to focus on the climate actions that we developed as part of the plan. So the primary project objective for this that we heard was to identify actions the town can take to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and prepare for the impacts of climate change. We came up with this objective based on the results of Town of Comox Climate Action Open House and conversations with staff prior to the project starting. So basically, to add to this, we just wanted to develop a cohesive information-based strategy that works towards addressing climate change in Comox. So for the planning process, and kind of what went into this, one thing that we heard from staff is we don't want this to be like a standalone plan that doesn't link up with any other initiatives that are going on in the community. So one thing that was a priority when we were developing this is to make sure that this can link up with other projects that are going on. So the OCP, transportation master plan, stuff like that. So that the actions aren't just like in their own little silo, standing alone, that they can be integrated into other projects as well. Another thing that I want to add is the intent for this project is for it to be implementable. We don't want it to sit on the shelf. We want to be able to access funding programs to implement some of the actions and move some of this stuff forward. Yeah. So for a bit about the project process, I'll try and go fast on this one. Phase one, we started by developing a baseline emissions inventory and emissions forecast. So this involved collecting all of the baseline emissions data from utilities, ICBC, solid waste data to understand what town of Comox's emissions were historically. And then we took that information and said, if nothing changes at all in 2050, what would the emissions look like? And then based on the actions that we developed, which I'll show in a sec, based on the actions that we developed, we showed what the emissions might look like if you implemented a bunch of actions, provincial and federal policies came into play, etc. Phase two is the climate vulnerability and risk assessment. So for this part, we worked with staff to assess and understand infrastructure vulnerabilities to climate change. This is really looking at like, where have you seen impacts to infrastructure in the past? Where are you worried about impacts happening in the future? And then working again with staff to identify potential adaptation measures. Phase three was really focusing on developing 6 key focus areas and creating draft actions for the plan. And the final phase, which obviously we're at right now, is presenting to council. So for the risk assessment, I will talk about this so fast. I have one slide about it. So some of the major risks that came out of this assessment were extreme heat, wildfire, flooding, and sea level rise. As I previously mentioned, we identified these through workshops with staff. Again, seeing where people are concerned about climate changes or have seen climate changes in the past. So the results of this assessment were really important when we were developing the actions in the plan, which I'll talk about in a moment. So we just want to make sure there were actions that would help town of Comox address these risks or be prepared for them. The next piece of the project, so this was phase one. I think I got them mixed up at the start. Anyways, the next phase of the project was greenhouse gas emissions. So here, this is the emissions inventory. So in 2022, town of Comox emissions were approximately 77,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. A majority of this was associated with transportation. So this is like public transport, personal vehicles, Comox vehicles. 40% was from buildings. So this includes both residential, municipally owned buildings, and then commercial, small, medium, industrial buildings. And then the remaining portion was from waste. I know that's something that's overseen by CVRD, but we include it in the emissions inventory as well. And then the emissions forecast. So as I mentioned earlier, we took this baseline emissions information, forecasted it out to 2050. So the black line at the top here is saying if Comox didn't do anything, if absolutely nothing changed, what would the emissions be? So over 100,000 tons of CO2 equivalent if nothing happened. That being said, obviously some actions will be taken to reduce emissions by both the province and the Canadian government. There we go. So this is represented by the kind of polka dot area on the screen there. So that's considering provincial and federal reductions. Then the colored in bars, so there's like a green, a pink, light blue, dark blue, are associated with actions that Comox or the CVRD could take. And so then the thick dotted line at the bottom there just shows the regional target. So under this emissions forecast that we had developed, Comox would meet targets that were set out for emissions reductions. So really getting to kind of the meat of the climate action plan. So the emissions forecast as well as vulnerability assessment helped us develop mitigation and adaptation actions. So mitigation actions focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, whereas adaptation actions focus on addressing or preparing for the impacts of climate change. So as part of this plan, we wanted to develop something that had both of these. There are some actions that kind of fall in the middle of this Venn diagram here. So for example, complete communities can have impacts on reducing greenhouse gas emissions as well as preparing for climate change impacts. So for this climate roadmap or the climate actions, we worked with staff to develop 6 different focus areas, which I'll talk a bit more about in a sec. Overall, we had 15 goals that kind of fall under these focus areas, and then a total of 34 actions to support mitigation and adaptation. Again, as I mentioned at the start, the intent of this plan is for it to be implementable. We don't want it to just sit here and have super unattainable actions. And again, we also wanted the actions to be able to be integrated with other projects such as the OCP update. Another thing for any like standalone climate actions, we also wanted to be focused on ones that have a high impact for lower amount of like staff resources or money. We don't want to suggest $100 million projects. That might be a bit unattainable to complete. Anyway, so the goals. So each of these 6 different colored boxes were the 6 focus areas that we came up with. The bullets underneath each of them are the different goals. Again, we worked with staff in a workshop that we had back in earlier this year, I think, to develop these focus areas and then come up with some draft actions afterwards. In the interest of time, I don't think I'll read through all of these or anything, but I can provide more clarity if anyone needs afterwards. So to very quickly go through each of the focus areas and the actions. So the first focus area was municipal leadership. In this category, we came up with 5 actions. Apply climate lens to municipal decision-making processes, electrifying Comox's light-duty fleet, developing a sustainable procurement policy, investing in EV charging stations, and adopting measures to increase resiliency of municipal facilities and infrastructure. So number 5, for a bit more detail, which is in the full climate action plan, that would be implementing some of the adaptation actions that came from the vulnerability and risk assessment. The next category is buildings. So for this category, we have 7 different actions promoting existing provincial and utility retrofit programs. There's quite a few programs out there right now offered through like BC Hydro, FortisBC, Clean BC, etc. So there's tons of programs out there for residents to access. Number 2, require new construction to adhere to level 3 of zero carbon step code. This is a new addition to the BC building code, which really focuses on like embodied carbon in buildings as opposed to reduction in energy use. Number 3, install backup power in critical facilities. We heard that some buildings, such as community center, marine services building, and senior center, I believe, don't have backup generators. So just installing backup power to increase the resiliency, there we go, of these different buildings. Number 4, educating residents about fire smart principles for their homes. The vulnerability and risk assessment identified that wildfire would be one of the top risks. So just helping residents be prepared for that. Number 5, completing community-wide vulnerability and risk assessment. One thing I forgot to mention about that was the assessment that we did focused on municipally owned infrastructure. It didn't include like private properties or private homes. So if you wanted to really dive into additional detail and understand potential risks to people's own homes or their own properties or whatever, number 5 could be completed. Number 6 would be advocating to the province to develop a framework for municipalities to measure and regulate embodied carbon in buildings. And then number 7, developing a tax exemption to offset cost of building retrofits. The next category, our third one, was transportation. So this really focused on supporting electrification of vehicles and encouraging active and public transportation, or what we call mode shift. So for our actions, we did requiring secure bicycle parking in new apartment buildings, requiring increasing portion to be EV chargers of off-street parking, reducing minimum on-site parking requirements, constructing active transportation network, and exploring opportunities to encourage use of permeable pavement and parking lots and driveways. This one came up because one of the top risks from the risk and vulnerability assessment was extreme storms. So more water coming all at once, which is how number 5 got on there. Our 4th category out of 6 that we have is land use. So a lot of these actions really tie into the OCP update that could be like completed or integrated into that project. So we have increasing density and mixed uses in new and existing neighborhoods, protecting development in areas subject to rising sea levels, establishing transit-oriented development areas, implementing coastal flood adaptation strategy, exploring opportunities to support green shore projects, and continuing to maintain stormwater infrastructure. Then we have parks and natural areas. So we have 6 actions for this category. Completing and implementing a climate resilient plan, becoming a registered bee city, increasing use of green infrastructure in parks and municipal properties, establishing a residential tree planting program, updating and implementing urban forest management plan, and exploring opportunities to retain excess stormwater through natural infrastructure. And then our final category is community safety and well-being. So this one wasn't necessarily infrastructure focused, but more so focused on ensuring that residents of the community can be prepared and have knowledge about climate risks that might happen. So for our actions, we have identifying options for emergency shelters during extreme weather events, establishing and raising awareness about emergency evacuation routes, partnering with CBRD to provide educational materials about climate-related risks, exploring opportunities to establish community gardens in municipal parks and green spaces, and exploring opportunities to partner with nonprofits on circular economy initiatives. So with that, that concludes my presentation. If there's anything I can clarify for anyone, please let me know, but if not, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Kaylee. We'll probably have some questions here potentially. Thank you for the presentation. Questions from council on the presentation? Councilor Brent.
You get a gold star for being fast.
I tried. I could like see the clock out of the corner.
Yeah,
of my eye.
keep looking at, just wondering if you happen to know, I asked this at the RDP, only answer, but if our greenhouse gas emissions in the town of Comox are 77,300 annually, I assume that is.
Mhm.
Then how much difference does it make if we get it perfect in our corporate emissions? I think you said it was 350 tons of our corporate emissions.
Mhm.
So that's a pretty small percentage.
Mhm.
And so, you know, I read your report and I look at it and I think, you're not asking us to do a whole lot of super expensive stuff, which is great, because we're struggling to find money to keep people's taxes down, but it's just like, it seems very low to me.
You mean the corporate emissions involved?
Well, if you like the percentage that we would make a change, in,
Mm.
right?
Mhm.
It wouldn't be very much,
Mhm.
even if we did it perfect.
Mhm. Mhm. And so I guess your question is kind of like, if we do it perfectly, then it's a small drop in the bucket kind of thing.
Well, and that's just
that what you
Comox, right? If you go to the Comox Valley or Canada or the world,
Mhm.
it's making very little difference, right?
I guess so. But I mean, a couple things is, this is kind of my like cheesy answer, but I guess if every municipality thought that way, nothing would ever get changed, no matter the size. But also just my more professional, I suppose, answer is it is quite small, but all I can also do is like present the information that we have here. And yeah, I wish I could give you like a perfect answer.
Yeah.
Everyone can make a difference, but
All right, thank you.
I think a big part of it's around the education piece too. So in theory, if part of the funding is going into education, that may affect the residential side a little further, hopefully. Councillor Hazlitt and then Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. There were some really good ideas on here. I thought, as I was reading through it, I did recognize quite a few of these from other areas of reports that we've gotten between the CBRD or from other reports that the town have had. And I'm just curious on, in a lot of these actionable items, do you know how many of them are being done by other sectors here? Like one of them I've noticed was, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. Sorry, scratch here. The emergency shelters as well as the evacuation routes. This winter when everything got quite cold, we sat around the table, we had quite a few spots for places that you could have warming centers and the same cooling centers. So that's something that the town's already kind of taken on to try and help our residents. And the addition of the evacuation routes. And I can't quite remember the name of the group, but we had a presentation, the CPRD, called the disaster group, that came through, and they were also, I feel, putting some of that information together. Is a lot of this information that we're getting actionable items, stuff that the town is hitting on other platforms as well.
Yeah, so when we developed a lot of the actions in conversations with like staff and when we were working on this, we heard that we should try and develop actions that maybe are being worked on, can be kind of not, I don't want to say like checked off in other ways, but just develop actions that are maybe already a part of other projects so that they can be completed quickly without too much cost. So I guess, what am I trying to say? I guess we wanted to make sure that a lot of the actions that we developed were ones that were already being considered in other areas too. Just to make sure that, as I said earlier, we're not proposing wild and crazy actions that would take a ton of staff time and resources to address. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's perfect. And I just have one other follow-up here. Do you guys take into account how the standards of the BC building code and the new step codes will affect emissions in the future when you come up with these?
Yeah.
Numbers?
Yeah, when we did the emissions forecast, that was one of the things that we considered. One thing though with a lot of those standards, it is related to new construction. And I know that like a lot of the emissions are from existing buildings. So anyways, to shortly answer your question, yes, we do consider that. But a lot of the changes have to be made in existing buildings too, and there's not as much regulation on that, from my understanding.
Councillor Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the great work, and really appreciating the clear emissions targets and the connections to the major climate risks, and also really appreciate the emphasis on green infrastructure because it has so many cool benefits. Just maybe continuing on the thread that Councillor Haslett just asked, I noticed for the sequencing, and this might be a question for staff, but the building retrofits action is not slated to start until 2030. But buildings is, buildings and transportation are our largest target. So I'm just wondering, it might be a follow-up question, and that would be fine, but I would love just to understand why the sequencing is so long on that one, and also on this Fire Smart goal, which is not slated to start until 2027.
I'll have to get back to you on both of those. I believe the reason for the delay in retrofits might be because we just went through a pretty significant energy retrofit into all of our buildings recently. And so that might play into ways to push it out a little bit longer because we just made those investments, but I'll get back to you on the rest of the information.
That's fine. I might have I might have been thinking of it as a community initiative and not not a corporate one. And so, yeah, we would have to double check. From a process perspective, though, as Councillor Haslett mentioned, we do have an emergency management, a regional service. And so quite a lot of the actions kind of overlap with them. I'm just curious if you did work with them and if you did consider the Emergency and Disaster Management Act, as that has a significant amount of overlap with a lot of the adaptation pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, when we developed the plan, we definitely considered other strategies and projects and whatever that already exist in the region. But in terms of developing the actions, we primarily just worked with Comox staff to develop them. So we weren't engaging with other groups throughout the region all that much. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And then the final piece, so in my experience, there's actually a lot of grants that would fund a lot of this work. Do you have experience with the grants? Can you speak to that a little bit?
yes, I know a ton of the grants that you're probably referring to. I'm not gonna pretend to know the like ins and outs and nitty-gritty details of all of them, but yes, there are certainly a ton of grants that are available, especially to support with like natural assets and protecting community from future climate events and stuff like that. So anyways, I don't know if this answers your question, but like, yes, definitely.
Sorry, and I have one final question,
Sure.
and it's just related to, did you look at any particular groups like seniors, for example, really suffered during extreme heat? And I just am not seeing like specific groups considered in the plan. Was that part of the discussion or not? Not quite so much for this round.
Not quite so much for this round. I mean, one thing that we did think about was there was the I might get the name wrong, but the climate action open house that happened a couple of years ago. So that was what we based most community concerns or engagement or whatever on. So we did consider that, but it wasn't like we specifically went out and engaged with seniors or with disabilities or whatever it might be as part of this.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think we're going online to Counselor Kerr, and unfortunately, we have about a 2-minute time limit, so I'll wrap up with how we finalize any further questions after that 2 minutes, but online to Counselor Kerr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I know we're up against the clock here, so it was just a quick question for staff, knowing our time constraints, what next steps are and when we can have a further discussion and maybe talk about some of the actual items in the report and whether or not we'd like to move forward with some of them. Thanks.
Thanks, Counselor Kerr. That's going to be the follow-up. So perfect. Over to CAO Wall for that answer.
Thank you. My goal is to have the downtown and economic development action plan submitted to council. I'm hoping that's going to come to you in your August meeting, and then we will need to look at scheduling a special meeting for council to sit down, go through both of those plans and start to make decisions on how you want to incorporate it into your potentially your strategic plan or into your capital planning process for next year.
Thanks.
More specifically, I think we should probably be targeting a conversation around this with council sometime toward the end of August, mid-late August.
Perfect. So this is our first kind of couple days of reviewing the climate action plan. So I know we're going to have more questions and follow-up conversations. So thank you so much to Kaylee for the intro to the plan, and we will definitely have further discussion and questions to come. So thank you very much for presenting today. So we're at 5:53. I am going to move. Do we need to, is it a recess? Move for recess at 5:53. If I can get a motion and a seconder, please. Moved, seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor of recess? And we are heading over to D'Astaire for the public hearing, which starts in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the regular council meeting of July 10th, 2024. We are now on page 82 of the agenda, and we are looking for adoption of the meeting minutes for the regular council meeting for Wednesday, June 5th. I can get a motion.
Moved.
Moved and seconded. Any questions on the regular council meeting minutes for June 5th? Councillor Swift.
Thank you. It's just a correction, in the acknowledgement. It was me and not you.
Yes, so on page of the agenda 82, it was acting Mayor Swift, and on the call to order, it has Mayor Minions acknowledge the town of Comox. Thank you for catching that, and we'll just have that. Is that enough to have that changed? Or do we need a motion to have it changed? Perfect, so that will be updated. And any other comments before we move for adoption as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next meeting minutes that we are looking to adopt is the special council meeting minutes from June 12th, 2024 to be adopted.
Moved.
That's moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the June 12th special council meeting minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We now have the special council meeting minutes from June 19th, 2024 to be adopted. If I can get a motion. That's moved and seconded. And any questions or comments on the special council meeting minutes from June 19th, 2024? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We now have the special council meeting minutes from July 4th, 2024 to be adopted. If I can get a motion. That's moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the special council meeting minutes from July 4th on page 97? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we're just moving down to the consent agenda. If I can get a motion, and I'll just get you to use your mics for this portion for those online. 1 through 10 has been moved by Councillor Hazlitt and seconded by Councillor Grant, and all those in favor of receiving the consent agenda. Great, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And specific items to be pulled out, and just remember you can pull one item out at a time, and we'll need a seconder. We have Councillor Grant.
I'd like to pull out number 4 effective.
Okay, so 4 has been seconded by Councillor Hazlitt, and go ahead.
Yeah, so just in reading this, the RCMP, it appears are looking for us to pay another $233,000+ per year for the, I guess you call it the murder squad. On top of that, we're going to get our increase that's going to come, and that'll add probably 5 to 6% to our taxes, which is getting, in my opinion, really out of control. I get what they're trying to do here, but I think that we have a problem with the actual system itself, as we pay as a municipality, but the RCMP govern as a regional police force. And so we get the bill for a whole bunch of policing we don't use. I also noticed that their population numbers are off by about 1,000. So we have 1,000 people we're paying for RCMP for that aren't paying us taxes. So that's also wrong. And I think that this really needs to be brought up to the to probably FCM. We need to talk to our MLAs and MPs and really get a better grip on what's going on with the RCMP, because it's getting to the point where it's getting out of control and we're not getting good service. So I would just like to suggest that at some point, we don't have to do it tonight, but that we sit down and either put together a resolution, get in touch with our MLA and our MP, and really bring this to light, because we're not the only community having this issue either.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Grant. And we are starting to get more letters in regards to this major crime unit initiative, and they're not giving a date for feedback or, specifics, but it does look like they're looking for a response from our specific community. And I think it would probably be the time now, if not very soon, to indicate that we have some concerns with it and that we're not sure which direction we'd be taking, if not flat out just saying we're we're not interested in that extra service. So it's probably something council needs to have a bit of a wholesome discussion on how we want to proceed as they are sending kind of ongoing monthly communications, specifically with this major crime unit initiative, which is, I think, $240,000 to $250,000 on top of the 11 officers. Currently, it's a completely different unit. So I'm not sure if any other counselors have any comments on that. We can kind of just take it up and
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone knows, but I don't see an opt-out clause anywhere, and I've been told that you can't opt out, but then I've heard that maybe you can, so that might be something that we want to clarify with them when we move forward.
sounds good. I can hand it over to staff if they have any comments. At the latest FCM conference, I heard multiple communities say they were considering opting out because they thought that that was an option. And I don't know that we have clarification, but they're basically looking for levels of interest from each community right now. And if we really are feeling that we're not serious about looking at this, we would maybe want to indicate sooner than later that we have big concerns on it. So I'm not sure if CAOL has any indication of what other Courtney, Cumberland, other regions might be doing, or if this is something we should follow up with at a leadership level.
Thank you. I think it's something the council should follow up at a leadership level. We haven't seen from any of the correspondence sent to us an ability to opt out, although I do know a number of people who attended the Major Crime Symposium down in Victoria reported that at that symposium, they were told that they were able to opt out. I think that it's something that we should follow up with the province very quickly and find, or not with the province, with the RCMP, and find out what they're doing in the province to find out where they're going. Because I think the reality is, if the province is launching this as a major initiative, which what they're planning to do is use Vancouver Island as a test case and then bring this to the rest of the province, it's functionally insurance. And insurance usually doesn't function if only the people who choose to go into it will go into it, because the only people who are going to choose to go into it are the high risk. Right. So I don't understand how the province intends this to function if they're going to allow municipalities to choose to be in and go out, unless they're willing to just walk away from it completely.
So, I mean, this is just one issue that we have with them. I think the bigger issue that really needs to be talked about, and when we get there, is how we pay, and the regional areas and stuff use the service, and we do all the paying between us and Courtney. And the system that they have set up is wrong, in my opinion. And I think that's really where we have to hit them and say, this has to change, because we can't afford to keep doing this.
Thanks. And I know one of the UBCM meeting requests was to the either Solicitor General or Public Safety on that issue, and we've advocated for that in past, I believe. So I don't think we need a motion, but I will follow up with what the other local communities are doing to find out, but maybe also check in with other municipalities on the island to see what their plans are. And if it sounds like opting out is something people are talking about, staff and I can follow up. So maybe I'll just make a motion that all mayor minions will check in with the leadership of the region and couple other spatterings across Vancouver Island, and a possible follow-up from staff to the Major Crime Unit initiative to find out if opt-out is an option. So just getting the research on those two different levels based on Councillor Grant's comments. Sure. Thanks. Any questions or comments on those two follow-up items with the initiative itself, as well as just other communities to find out what their plans are currently? We have Councillor Hazlitt and then Blacklock.
Is this also going to include taking the pay structure to a higher level at FCM or levels?
I believe that's already been, that's already in works with the next conference. UBCM, they advocated for the cost structure. So I think they're kind of we'll probably handle them at two different levels at this point. Councillor Blacklock.
You know, in my opinion, we don't want to be critical of the job that gets done by the RCMP. We're talking about people who, you know, go to work in the morning and with no guarantee that they're going to come home, and it's a dangerous job. And I think there's certainly in these times where police are certainly being scrutinized as never before in our society. I can see why they are in some ways circling the wagons to kind of protect the reputation of their force. Obviously, I am biased. I do have family members in the RCMP. But I do think that one of the things and the problems that they have as an organization, and they are well documented. And you can see it in the number of people they lose to city police forces. Is that, you know, they sometimes don't feel supported by the public. And I, for one, will always support the RCMP, especially those working level officers on the ground. But the funding, as Councillor Grant said, is the model is completely inappropriate for the distribution of the services, particularly within our 4 jurisdiction valley, Comox Valley. So I really hope we can get some traction with this, because the option is to go, you know, we're going to end up with a kind of island fracture that you see down in Victoria, where we have Comox Police Department or the Oak Bay Police Department. We don't, you know, I don't want to see that happen here. And certainly if we think an extra $200,000 is a lot for policing, starting your own police force is something that is completely, I don't think in the cards for us. It's certainly not at this point. So that's all I had to say about that.
Thanks for those extra added comments. Any other comments before we vote on the motion for myself to check in with the leadership level groups on finding out if they have any updates on what their councils are looking at doing, as well as staff just directing the question of, is there an opt-in, opt-out on this? More of a question without any direction from council on where we're at on it, but finding out that piece of information. Any questions or comments on that long motion? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Just on that point, the inspector, Scott Mercer, did arrive about a week ago or 1 to 2 weeks ago to the detachment and reached out to say he looks forward to working with our council. And I said that we would like to welcome him in August or September when he's feeling settled to come and meet the rest of council. And we can start looking at what our priorities are with the new inspector and the detachment there. So hopefully we'll have some more face-to-face conversations as we had in past with the inspector, and that'll get things kind of on a good note. So we've got a couple advocacy pieces now in the works. Thanks, Councillor Grant. Other items to be pulled out from number 1 to 10 on the consent agenda. Okay, I'm not going to pull it out, but the letter from CYMC, request for letter of support for their play, did get sent out or is getting sent out today or tomorrow. So that did go out with their timeline. I just wanted to update from staff who caught that. Thank you very much. And also just a shout out to Chief Gord Schreiner on the number 3 for the thank you card for our, I think they're called NEP, the Neighborhood Emergency Preparedness Program. So there was a card there. So thank you so much to Chief Schreiner and the Comox Fire on that continued great work. Online, we have Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Mayor. Just on number 9, if someone would second that.
Second, that's on the 3-way stop request from Jennifer Groundwater at Church and Beaufort.
Second that.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to, I think we have a new process. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. Any traffic related requests like this or letters are going to come back to us in a compiled fashion for discussion at budget time. Is that correct, CAO Wall?
Over to CAO Wall for comment.
That's correct.
Thanks for that follow-up. Any other items from number 1 to 10 before we move on? Thank you very much. We have no unfinished business, no special reports, no bylaw adoptions. So we are moving into new business on page 142. And it's the Community Works Fund Agreement that the 2024 to 2034 Community Works Fund Agreement between the Town of Comox and the Union of BC Municipalities as included in July 10th, 2024 RCM be approved, and that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the 10-year agreement.
I'll move that.
That's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that 10-year fund agreement report?
I do that.
Councillor Grant.
So with the new emergence of electric cars, I understand it's about 14% of the vehicles. We're now out 14% on our, what we used to be gas tax meeting. And I'm wondering that's $103,000 a year for 10 years. That's a lot of money for us. And I'm wondering if there's some way that we could speak with the province or somebody to make this whole. Because if you drive an electric car, you're not paying gas tax. And yet you're using the roads. You're actually using them more because your cars are heavier. And so there should be some redemption for us to get some of this money back. I'm not sure how we do that, but I think it's another thing that needs to be brought up because, you know, we're looking for money everywhere we can find it. And here's an opportunity.
Counselor Grant, is that a question for CAO Wall to see if there's any information available on that?
Well, you know, I'm not really sure where you go with it. I just think it's something that has to be brought up because, you know, I don't know whether you tax the electric car guys or whether it should be probably coming from the government itself who are asking us to put the electric cars in, put the charge stations in, and then wear the roads out and wear out the money. So, I mean, I think it's just something that's probably just been missed in being addressed, but I think we need to bring this up to probably UBCM.
Don't know for sure, but I think a big portion of the gas tax is for the GHG emissions and not necessarily our municipal infrastructure, but I'll go online. Pardon me, to Counselor Grant, sorry, Counselor Kerr. Oh, geez.
Thanks, Mayor. I have another point. It wasn't related to this topic.
Okay, sounds good. And so we are on the question around the gas tax and the 14% electric cars. Is there any comment from staff on that, or it's okay as is? Okay, any follow-up, Counselor Grant? Comment? Okay, thank you for the comment. And before we, Counselor Kerr, is it in regards to the Community Works Fund agreement?
It is, yes.
Perfect. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so on page, I guess, 143 of the agenda, I see the kind of year 1 to 5 amount. And I also read the Schedule B, the eligible project categories. Wondering, A, when we might decide how to utilize these funds, and B, if this might be the saving grace that we were looking for to build that pump track for our youth in town.
Over to CAO Wall. Thanks for
Thank
the
you.
question.
What we tend to do with these monies, we have a projection in our revenue that it's going to come in, and we tend to allocate them to already approved projects. So council could approve the pump track and we could use this money to fund it. But we anticipate this, this is anticipated revenue when we're doing our budgeting process. So it's not newly found money that council can sort of reallocate to different projects. What we do is we anticipate the funds coming in, council approves your capital lists, and then we'll allocate these funds towards those projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions or comments on that, we have the motion to pass the 10-year be approved and that it be executed by corporate officer and the mayor. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're now moving on to page 168, the grant and aid program options. And there is 1 and 2 there that council grant and aid policy CCL-0031 be replaced with the draft policy attached to the July 10th, 2024 report from Jordan Wall titled Grant and Aid Program Options, and 2, that funds allocated to Nautical Days Summerfest, the downtown Halloween event, and Christmas tree lighting be internalized as costs and not included in the grant and aid policy. If there's anyone who would like to make one of those motions or an alternate to the recommendation. Okay, so 1 is that the council grant and aid policy CCL-031 be replaced with the draft policy titled Grant and Aid Policy CCL-031 attached in this report. That's been moved. We'll just get a seconder. That's been moved and seconded. So Councillor Grant.
And when I was looking at this, I thought we had suggested before that we take the $40,000 out for the Coalition to End Homelessness and take that out of our developers' contributions instead, so it would effectively come off of this and reduce that number down to 110,000 from 150. So I would want to make that recommendation as we follow.
Yeah, we did
Okay.
discuss.
Yeah,
Discuss that
I think we might have to
policy.
go back and get the policy done to do that, I'm not sure.
I'll just go over to CAO first and then Councillor Mayor after for comment. Thanks for catching that.
If there's a motion that council wants to make to amend the policy, you can just add an amending motion that it be amended to include a source of funds for the Coalition to End Homelessness from the affordable housing contributions. And that I think it should still stay housed in this policy. We'll just specify where the funds are going to come from. We'll take a look at that. Our bylaws, we may have to bring the bylaw back to council to be amended at a later time. But I think if that's something council wants to do, it'd be good to get that direction tonight. And I think it should stay in this. Otherwise, it's just going to get lost the way other things have within the budget. So I think it's good to keep it in this policy.
Thank you for that. I just also want to note that it does say we do a 2-year funding approval in a row, and I believe we had kind of talked more around the table about doing it every year because some of them were fluctuating. So we might have to do, and if we're doing an amending motion, it might include a couple of things. So if there's any other changes, we should talk about those now before we do an amending motion if possible. Councillor Swift.
At one time, we had talked about or thrown out the idea of the homeless coalition money to be used for capital projects rather than operations. And I don't know what the appetite is around the table, but I would certainly prefer that our contributions be devoted to a capital project. And if that is in agreement with everybody, I think it should be indicated in the motion.
Okay, so I've got kind of those two notes around review and the 40,000 going towards capital for coalition funding. Councillor Hazlitt.
So just a couple of things. I agree with Councillor Swift. It should be used for capital, not operations. The other thing that I can see in here is, so it says here, if the amounts were approved on a yearly funding basis, council would have 11,000 unspent for a total of 161,000 to approve for a yearly basis. Without requiring additional taxation. I think that in this current climate, there's so many people who are having such a hard time making ends meet and either paying their property taxes or buying food or paying for housing or anything like that, that any money that we end up peeling out of this needs to go directly back on the taxes so that we can help our community kind of bear a little bit of that burden. Just because something's coming out of this amount of money, I don't think that we should just immediately start looking for somewhere else to spend it. I think it's time we need to start really looking at the amount of money that's being spent by the residents of the community in any way that we can kind of help. Any way that we can help them not have to spend as much money in taxis. I think it's a big way for us to go. I think that's a really strong use of that money rather than just looking for the next group that comes along that might be looking for a little bit of funding.
Thanks for that clarification. So we can take a look at that number being 110 or 150 capped, perhaps. Councillor Grant.
Oh, I didn't say anything, but I'm just wondering how we want to proceed. We have 3 new motions now, or can we wrap that all into one?
I think we can wrap it into one amended motion unless I'm seeing any indication that people have a real concern with one of them, and then we would potentially break it out. So we can do one amending motion, and if there's a sense there's a divide in one item, we will pull it back out individually.
Okay.
Mayor.
I would prefer to keep this money here for these purposes. I think we often get requests and are looking for these little pockets of money. It's $1.79 per representative household. And we can't really pull it from anywhere else. So my preference would would be to leave these dedicated funds and allow us to have that bit of flexibility for some of the requests that come in. I have no problems with the other amendments to the motions.
For simplicity, I'll pull it out and make two amending motions or have someone else make two amending motions then so we can discuss the amount separate. Thank you for that comment. Councillor Swift.
I'm just seeking clarification. I know at the top of that page, it's talking about capping the funds at 100,000, but we don't seem to be doing that, even if we take out the homeless coalition number. Like, not reading that right?
That's correct, sorry.
You're hoping to see CAO.
That's correct. So what I did in draft, in the last meeting, council had the $100,000, but rather than getting into debate at the last meeting, it was just kind of held as a placeholder, and debate was going to take place at this meeting on what the amount would be. What I did was include an amount that is equal to what you approved in this year's budget. Now you can make the changes to it, but that's why the 100,000 wasn't carried over. This was the meeting that council was going to get into the debate over the amount to be spent.
Okay, so I'm gonna make an amending motion on the policy. It's on the table as read, that under 6.01, we have a annual funding approval, not a second and fourth year, as I believe that was the intent. And that the $40,000 for the coalition to end homelessness will be A, for capital projects, and B, come out of our affordable housing or DCCs, out of a affordable housing contribution policy. So those two items, and that would be the amendment.
Second that.
So that's seconded as amending motion. Any questions or comments on those two items? So again, it's that it'll be an every year funding approval and not a second and fourth year. And that the $40,000 will come towards capital for the coalition to end homelessness, and it'll come out of our affordable housing contribution. All those in favor? Opposed? And that amendment. We had to vote on the amendment. Right. But then we still have to vote on the amending motions. Okay, so we're gonna vote on another amending motion. So with, no, you're.
Wow.
We can redo it after the vote.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. So we're now voting on the motion as amended with those two items we just voted on, which is that it'll be every year instead of every second year, and it'll be $40,000 for capital funding to coalition to end homelessness from the affordable housing contribution. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. So now our policy states that we will not approve more than 161,000 per year in grant and aid applications. Can I just get clarification? If the 40,000 is funded and comes out of that, we're looking at 121,000 with 110,000 actually being funded this year. So is that if we were to talk about a number from 100 to 110 to 121, it's okay that 40,000 comes out of that number. Is that correct?
So we are specifying where the funds are coming from in the affordable housing contributions. The number in the policy for the total amount of grant and aid that you're approving is right now is at 161. Just use that number and move down. So include the $40,000 in those numbers. What will happen when we get to budget time is that's going to come out from your general spend, but it does need to stay in the policy because it is funds that are going out underneath the policy. So to simplify it, if right now you have $151,000 allocated, 10,000 unallocated, if you wish to not have that 10,000 if you wish to not have that unallocated 10,000, change the policy to read 151,000.
Thanks for that clarification. Do any counselors want to make an amending motion?
Well, no, I just want to be really clear. So that 40,000 is not going to be coming out of general revenues at the end of the day. It's gonna be coming out of our affordable housing contracts. So in fact, we won't be spending that. It'll be coming out of affordable housing, it won't be coming out of general revenue.
Correct.
Correct with that? Okay.
Correct.
So
Okay, so the current policy as provided in draft form, which we have voted on, does state that it'll be an approval of no more than $161,000 per year. That's got about an $11,000 buffer. I probably am okay with that amount, so won't make another amendment, but if there's any counselors who want to take a look at that number, now is the time to have that discussion.
So maybe
Councillor
it's
Haslett.
the fact that we just came out of the public hearing, but so if there was, would now be the time to say if there's leftover money in this, that I would like that to be not just sat on and wait for the script, in fact, it would go against taxes.
With clarification on that $11,000.
So council, you have 100, if you pass the policy as is, we will go into budgeting. And we will budget $161,000 in order to pay community groups that you approve. If you approve an amount less than that, what you're going to have is a surplus. Because of the timing of when these decisions get made, you won't be able to apply it against that year's taxes. But I would also, I would caution council against taking a yearly surplus and putting it against a continuous cost. Because you'll buy down your taxes for 1 year and then you'll have to double that increase next year. Unless you permanently decrease the amount you're going to be spending. So you can still not spend that money. You can put it into reserves, you can put it against other projects, but just be careful about taking a 1 year windfall and putting it against a permanent cost because you're going to have to double that cost increase next year unless you permanently decrease the amount you're going to pay.
So if it went into reserves, we voted it into reserves, essentially that can be used to either fund something in the next year, or we could use that money against potential growth tax.
Yes, usually where our reserves are going right now is into our infrastructure deficit, so it would decrease your infrastructure deficit. You could use it to fund things the next year. You could use it, if something pops up in mid-year that council wants to do, which happens from time to time, that money would be there as well. So there's a number of things you can do with it.
And this will be a living document, so we would be looking at this number in potential in another year. That number, I mean, it's not a number we're going to change multiple times a year, but this is a document that we can pass motion to.
You can, it's a policy, so it's not hard to change. What the policy says is that in the second year of the new council, you're going to be looking at it. And so that's one of the things that has changed with the amendment that council just passed is that you won't be deciding the first year of the new council. So when that new council comes in, they're going to have to make decisions in their first year on how they're going to allocate these funds.
So if we were to use this against our infrastructure deficit, would that not, in essence, be reducing our taxes? I mean, you might not get a tax reduction, but you may pay more into that, but essentially it's the same thing, isn't it?
Yep.
Any questions or amendments from online or in the room? The number at this time is 161 in the policy. Councillor Swift.
Sorry, and for these organizations, I think they have to apply. Do they have to apply every year? Yeah, I'm just, because I've kind of lost track of the Comox Valley Art Gallery, $5,000 and how that's come to be. I know it's historic, but so that would be clarified in the next round where they would have to apply. Okay. Well, I think I would prefer to set the amount at 151,000.
Second that. Okay, so was that, sorry, I don't know if that was an actual amending
well,
motion. Okay, so
I'm
councillors
supporting the notion that we stay with the groups that we've identified.
for the next year, yeah. So that would be an amending motion for 161,000 per year in grant and aid application. That's been seconded. And comments, Councillor, what did I say? 151 public hearing, it's right to the brain. Councillor Haslett.
So this, again, public hearing, So this additional 10,000 from the 161 down to the 151 would now be the time to say that any, I want to call them unclaimed funds, but any unclaimed funds of the that aren't applied for would go into revenue. And it's for things like the obstruction.
Yes, so changing the policy to go from 161 to 151 is a permanent decrease in the amount of revenue we need to collect, so that can be used to offset your yearly taxes. It's where it gets tricky is if you say budget for 151, and then when you approve the projects, you're only approving 100 and there's 50,000 left there. Putting that towards your yearly taxes, I think will end up, it may end up biting you because you're gonna have to double your increase. But the motion that's on the floor now, which is to reduce the amount of money to be budgeted from 161 to 151, will reduce the amount of taxes we need to collect next year by $10,000. So this is a permanent decrease into our revenue needs. Does that make sense?
The motion's on the floor, and I just want to clarify again, there are some groups that are not in that list, and that's something we will have to address at some point. So just point out that does not include all funded groups from the past couple of years. Councillor Kerr online.
Yes, thank you. So once I mean, for years, the town has not had a grant and aid program. Once it is known that we have a grant and aid program, I suspect we'll get even more funding requests for aid. So I'm just curious about the process. We have some groups that have had historical funding from the town. Let's say the number of groups doubles or triples next year, and the total request amount is 300,000, and we've set 151 or 161 or pick a number. What's the process thereby to decide who gets what and how much? Is that a staff decision? Is that a council decision? And what are the criteria? Those are kind of my bigger questions.
We've actually had a grant and aid policy for about 28 years with the same policy name and same title. So hopefully keeping the same title, same policy name in effect since 96, it shouldn't flag that we now have a sponsorship program or community program open, but that's just my own take on how it's been kept the same policy with the same name. But I'll go over to CAO Wall for follow up on that.
Yeah, thank you. So council, you don't have an open application. The grant and aid policy that you've just adopted is not an open application grant and aid policy. What it is that you have selected you have a select number of community groups who will get an application form and have the opportunity to fill that out and request funding from council. No other group will be offered that application. If any other group wishes to seek money from council, they will likely send a letter to council asking for funds. What will happen then is it will not come to a council agenda. It will be circulated to council internally, and then a council member is going to need to choose to bring that to a council meeting and seek to amend the policy to include them in funding, or seek to pass a motion to fund them notwithstanding the policy. So those would be the two options there. All of the funding requests that come to council will be, the funding applications that we have will be filled out. They'll be submitted to council with the amount requested, and you will be provided the information that is included in the policy. At that point, council will be making the determination of who gets what money and how much they get. And so council will have to look at all the applications and decide how you're going to split whether it's 151, 100, whatever that number is. Council will need to determine how that's going to be split between the community groups.
Thanks for that clarification. So the amended motion that we'd be voting on the floor is to have a total policy of 151,000. Any other questions or comments before we vote on that amending motion? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes. And now we'll be voting on the amended policy motion. Understand that? Nope. So
Sorry, council has already adopted the policy and then amended it. Unless there's other amendments to the policy that council's seeking, you can move to recommendation number 2.
Over to Shelley for comment, or Corporate Officer Russmer.
Council just voted to amend the main motion. So now the council needs to vote on the motion, the motion as amended. The main motion being. So we already said. My mistake. I thought there was an original motion to cap at 161 and then. My apologies.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're on to the second part of that, and that's been moved, that funds allocated to Nautical Days Summerfest and Downtown Halloween event and Christmas tree lighting be internalized at cost, not included in the grant day policy. That's been moved by Councillor Grant, seconded. Just one added comment I would say from the presentation tonight, as Councillor Kerr asked a great question on whether municipalities could apply. I would just add a comment or amendment that we look to apply to the Discover Comox Valley group to see if we can get some of these events funded. You know, 7,500 or 15,000 is still 1% or whatever it is, $1. So sorry, that's been first and seconded. Do I need to make an amending motion to add that we apply for funding for that? That would just be done. Any questions or comments on number 2? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. And please apply for grants. We're moving on to page 173, the permissive tax exemption policy adoption. Thank you to staff for this report. The recommendation from CAO is that the permissive tax exemption policy CCL-025 be amended as per the draft policy attached to this report, and the application of the policy begin for 2025 for the 2026 tax season. There are also alternates to the recommendation, number 1 and number 2, with the changes in those 1 and 2 bolded as stated in the report. Do we have anyone who would like to move a recommendation? I think your mic's not on there, Councillor Swift.
Sorry, my question is, if we move it, are we gonna have some discussion? Because I have some concerns with the policy as it stands.
I believe if we move it, it would be accepted as it is. So if there's questions around policy, maybe ask staff now.
Yeah, okay. And my concern is around, one of my concerns is around this, the 50%. It's 6.04 on page 177. All properties approved will be granted 100% exemption or maximum allowable under legislation, except properties that provide a service that is regionally focused and will only be approved for a maximum of 50%. And I believe in document, there were things like here we are. The search and rescue, the Marine Society, Point Homes Boat Launch Recreation Association, Dawn to Dawn, they would be losing their 100% exemption, and I would prefer that not be the case. So I guess what I'm suggesting is removing that 6.04.
Any other comments? I would say we should also definitely take a look at that for the nonprofit societies that are listed there.
The council can pass a motion asking that the draft policy be amended to remove 6.04A.
Trying to make that motion, Councillor Swift.
Yes.
Perfect. Seconded. Second. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. So that's to remove the policy that gives regional organizations a 50% reduction. Any questions or comments on that before we vote on that amendment? All those in favor of that being removed? Opposed? And that passes unanimously on the amendment. We'll keep discussing the policy here. We have Councillor Grant and then Councillor Hazlitt.
Yeah, I'm looking at 6.05, and one of the things that bothers me about this is I don't want to be the arbiter of what is degrades the sense of community. I don't think we need that in there. Like, we have never dealt with that before. But also, I think council also has the right to revoke any tax exemption at any time. So if something really egregious does come up, we can just say no. And I'm sure it's a little more difficult than that, and I'm sure Jordan can confuse us with it, but the reality is I don't think we need that in there. I don't want to be the police of who does what and where. I don't want to be the guy that has to go to every event to bring somebody in to see what they said and how it worked and how it went, and that's what this policy is making us do. So I would like to remove that as well, knowing that we can at any time take out, get rid of a tax exemption. That's one of the powers that council has. So, and as I say, I know Jordan may have some, there may be some wording that has to be dealt with, but I think that it would be better done that way.
I would probably speak to the opposite of that. Personally, I would want to see more concrete language about hate speech and things that are happening across North America. There's never been a time where that possibility of springing up in the community is more likely than it is now. And I think, to me, 605 is worded softer than I would like to see. And yet it's a way that if a group does come up, we have something to point back to and say in a letter or in person or however we're having those conversations, that it's relatively low barrier, soft verbiage to say community spirit or belonging instead of going for the stronger verbiage like hate speech. So I would say, to me, that would be a compromise of language that's able to be used if needed. I just think it's better to have a safety net to catch us if we need than not have that in the policy. We can talk about that part further. Other comments on 6.05, or there's the recommendation or the alternate recommendations? Councillor Hazlitt.
Thank you. So yeah, my question was actually around 6.05. What I want confirmation of is how are we going to determine, is council's our sole discretion, does that mean that we all need to show up to the event or whatever event may be coming up so that we can all have firsthand experiences what was actually talked about there? I'm just a little worried about that because say a group's coming to town and they're being held at the Legion, and we go there to be perceived that, and we go there to see what they're saying, and we perceive that we're in support of something like that, when it may be the exact opposite. We're going to just find out what was said so that we can determine whether or not this is a group that we want to be associated with.
I don't know if CEO Wallen stands to that, but I think sole discretion means it gives us the ability at the council table to have a discussion, and it would be like any of the other items we make decisions on. We don't always get to be in a room and know all the information, but it gives a caveat and an out that if we have enough information and every person around the council table feels that the permissive tax exemption should not be granted because there has been a degradation of some amount of community spirit or hate speech in the community, we have it clearly written in the policy. So it's not something in this policy that if I personally think something has hit a threshold, we would be able to remove the permissive tax exemption. So I think having it included means it's a discussion that comes back to the council table for a more fulsome discussion from all 7 of us. So I think that that's a big enough safety group, knowing that we all have 7 kind of connections into the community and are able to do that individual research for each person. It's not one person that's going to be making that decision. Around the kind of the concept that we will be able to just take away a permissive tax exemption without having something in the policy. From talking to administration, if the more we leave out, it does lessen our chances of being able to have effect on removing someone's permissive tax exemption. I'm not going to speak for administration directly, but if we say that could possibly happen at some time in future by a group doing something that is completely against our strategic plan or is considered hate speech, it is better to have verbiage in the document than not have it at all. CEO Wall.
Yeah, I think what council's talking about is just going back to where you want to set the bar. if you want to set the bar to have more ability to remove properties, you've got sort of the middle here, which is 6.05. You've got a lower bar presented in, I think, alternative recommendation number 2. If council was to remove this completely from your policy, you'd still be able to make decisions not to allow properties to continue to receive property tax exemptions if they were to do something very egregious. Let's say a property in Comox decided to hold a Nazi rally. That would be a pretty egregious behavior that council, even without policy support, could make a decision on not to continue to provide permissive tax exemptions. And while I'm not a judge and you could obviously get challenged on any decision you make, I suspect a judge would take a look at that and say, it is completely reasonable for a council to not provide a permissive tax exemption to people promoting Nazism. So you have the ability on very egregious behavior if you take this language out of your policy. It really is, where do you want to set it? Do you want to set it at that level? Do you want to set it at hateful or discriminatory speech? And I want to make sure that we draw the distinction between hate speech and discriminatory speech as defined in the criminal code. That's not what we have listed in this policy. It's hateful speech. That is determined by council. So again, the difference between hate speech in the criminal code and hateful speech, which is an alternative recommendation here that is determined by council whether it meets that bar. So really what council you're talking about is, where do you want that set? And the lower the bar is set, the more often you're going to be having those conversations. That's really what I think it comes down to.
Councillor Blacklock.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak as I did the last time this topic came up around freedom of expression in this country and our charter rights to go and listen to whoever we want to speak on whatever topic we want to speak or hear spoken about. I would lower the bar or raise the bar to that exact legal definition under the criminal code. And again, the lower we put it, the more we're gonna get challenged on it. It's going to keep happening. What happened to us earlier with putting us in this chair of judgment where we don't belong, where we're not elected to make these decisions on what is the definition of some of these terms. Like I'm really uncomfortable with this, and I really I'm concerned with the effect it has in today's kind of cancel culture and the ability of governments to be able to change or a municipal government to be able to pull the tax exemption. At this point, I'm at the point where, well, if we're going to start doing this, why don't we just stop doing this? We do it to the benefit of $23,000 a year, right? That's what approximately is the exemption amount. It's causing us all this grief. $23,000 in terms of all the organizations that receive it. I mean, I'm at the point now where I'd support an elimination of permissive tax exemptions for all of these groups at this point. Certainly the religious institutions seem to be the ones that are causing us the most problem. For me right now, in the policy as written, I don't like 604 in there. I think we should raise the bar to that criminal definition.
Thank you. 605.
Sorry, 605. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't believe there's a motion, another amending motion on the table versus the first one that we looked at. So if there's anyone who it sounds like wants to make that motion.
Well, I think if we're going to keep 6.05 in, then somebody has to tell me what the definition of degrades the sense of community spirit means. Because I can guarantee you that there's 7 people sitting here and we'll have 7 different variations of what that is. I think that Jordan is correct that we actually have the ability, if the Nazis were to come down Main Street, we could certainly shut that down. And I think that that's really the point. I'm really uncomfortable with being the arbiter and the police of what someone thinks hate speech might be. Because I guarantee my definition will be different than most people or other people's at this table. And I don't think it's our job to do that. So I would make the motion that we remove 6.05.
And is there a seconder on that motion? Okay, that's been seconded. Any further questions or comments before we vote on the removal of 605? We have Councillor Kerr online.
Yeah, I think we did try to define it. It's in our strategic plan. We have 4 lenses. One of them is called accessibility. And we said as a council, we will support and embrace diversity and strive to make our community and services accessible, inclusive for everyone, regardless of ability or background. You know, talking about inclusivity, diversity, I mean, those aren't just buzzwords. You know, we're using the Nazi reference, which I'm a little uncomfortable with, but if we're going to use that, that would put people who are of the Jewish faith in our community, yeah, that would make them feel very uncomfortable. And we would, as community leaders, want to stand up and do something about that. But what happened last year was members of the Comox First Nations and those from First Nation ancestry in our community, and those who are from our gay community were equally upset by the actions of a group. So, you know, if Jewish people or First Nation or gay or pick any member of our community is upset and really offended to their core, in fact, calling it hate speech or equivalent in their mind, then it is up to us as community leaders to do something about it. So we can't be ostriches and put our head in the sand and say, it's not for us to police. We're not policing. We're not going to every event. But when our neighbor, Comox First Nation, writes a letter to us saying this is making their community uncomfortable, and Pride Comox Valley does the same, it is up to us as elected officials to act. So we need to have that ability to act. And I would vote against this amendment to remove 6.05 because I think it's very important that we stand up as community leaders and act on behalf of those most vulnerable in our community.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kerr. Are there any further comments before we go to vote on removal of 6.05? Okay, all those,
Councilor Kerr, respectfully, I mean, we are not, when we get called to do these things, we are again being asked to consider information provided by a third party to determine whether or not something that is deemed offensive by one group is offensive to all. And I don't think it's fair to people who may disagree that the complaints of a minority special interest group should trump the entire process here. Like if we're gonna pass this, then we should pull them all, permissive exemptions for all religious institutions. And I know there'd be support in the community to do that.
just going to rein in the conversation a little bit before we get into debate too far. We are going to go to vote on this instead of kind of debating different viewpoints back and forth. I will be voting against the amendment for many of the reasons spoken. I think it's safer to have this in there so we can have these discussions with groups that are coming into the community and be able to rely on what we've said in our strategic plan. That being said, there is a motion on the floor. We have Councillor Haslett who wants to speak towards 6.05.
But just to confirm, I believe Councillor Grant brought it up in the event that 6.05 were to come out and there was a group that came into town, we could still, as a council, have the power to pull their permissive tax funding. Is that correct?
We are, by removing 6.05, raising the bar to be where it would be a criminal code offense, and anything in the gray area will not be able to be discussed at this council, and we will be not looking at anything in that low medium barrier discussion. It would be criminal code or higher. Okay, so all those in favor for removing 6.05 from the permissive tax exemption policy? And opposed? I'm just going to do that vote one more time to get clarification. All those in favor of the amendment to remove 6.05 from the permissive tax exemption policy? And all those opposed? Okay, so that passes 4-3 for removal from the policy. Just for staff clarification, that we were voting on the amendment there, we now have to vote on the completed policy with the 2 amendments that have passed. Is that correct? The policy is amended. Okay, so we're now going to be voting on the policy as amended. There has been 2 changes. We've had the removal of 6.04A. That is properties that provide a service that is regionally focused will only be approved at a maximum of 50%. And we have had the removal of 6.05, which is any property which engages in actions, behaviors, or communication which council determines in their sole discretion degrades the sense of community spirit or belonging in the town, may become ineligible for future permissive tax exemption for a set period of time. So that is the policy we're voting on. We have Councillor Kerr online.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, I like finding common ground, and I do like Councillor Blacklock's suggestion to have a discussion about all religious institutions. So if he were to propose a motion on that, I would second something to that effect.
Well, my preference at this point would be to pass the policy without 605 and then look at a future revision to the policy, talking about potentially, you know, just keep moving away from this whole realm of providing these permissive exemptions, period, and getting that $23,000 back being funded by the people. But at this point, I mean, I can't formulate a motion in my head that would satisfy that going forward.
Mayor Minions, may I make a motion?
I'm just going to check. We have a first and a seconder on the policy. I believe we would now vote and then a motion would be passed after, but a new motion, but I'll just check with staff for clarification.
I can make an
amending.
amendment.
Yes, you can make an
Correct.
amending motion. Yes.
So I'd like to amend to add a section to be numbered as staff wishes that says that we would remove religious institutions from additional property tax exemptions.
Just give me one moment, please. That's something that that's absolutely something we can do. I'm just looking in the policy where we have the approved areas. So there's an amendment that can come from this. I think with the 2 changes, even with 6.05, council, I'd be more comfortable with, instead of removing it completely, rewording it a little bit to go to meet the intent of what council said, taking whatever motion you have here, and then just instead of passing the policy today, which we're not in a rush to do because this is targeted for implementation for next year, that I bring this back to you in a clean format. Everybody can take a look at it and make sure you're comfortable with it. So the motion that you have to, if you want to, Councillor Kerr, just pass a motion that the policy be amended to remove exemptions for religious institutions.
Just for clarification, because I feel like there'd be a little more, I would want to look into that for having that discussion personally. It's coming down to 9:15, new information. If you're proposing that this could come back as a new policy, then and we wouldn't be voting on it tonight, then does that amendment need to come on the table tonight, or can it be addressed when the policy comes back? Just I'm going off of what you're saying that we would not vote on.
Adopting the policy tonight, you can do either. You can debate it tonight, amend the policy, and the policy will be back in front of you at the next meeting, or if council wishes, you could hold off and have that debate at the next meeting. It's whatever your pleasure.
So what do we, I'm not sure what we're doing here now. So we're,
Councillor Grant.
so we're looking at removing the exemptions for churches. Is that what we're doing? And is that why this is going away? Or what are we actually looking at doing?
That's an amended motion that is on the floor. It needs to be seconded, but CAO Wall had indicated that when we're getting his from his administration staff perspective, he thinks there'd be value of going back to 6.05 and having it worded differently in a way that would satisfy potentially council more than we have currently. That was a staff addition. So, based on that, I would say if it doesn't have to be adopted tonight, I would be comfortable giving this until August, assuming it would come back in about a month's time and seeing what a different alternative could look like based on all factors, time, et cetera, and the possibility of looking at church exemptions also.
So I'd be good with that because I'm looking at this and it's just the way the wording is and the discretionary nature of it. And I just find it to be really something that I don't think has got anything to do with what council should be doing, but if we can word it so that it makes more sense, and I'm not sure if you can, but if you can, then that would be more what I would want to see happen.
So looking around the room, I'm not seeing any huge waves one way or another. Councillor Kerr, how are you online about this policy coming back to council at a future meeting because there's not a tight timeline at this time?
Sure. Well, we haven't really had a discussion about the religious facilities point, but if that, I assume from CAO Wall's comments that would be coming back with that included for discussion.
Over to CAO Wall.
So if it won't be included in the policy, but the policy will come back to you and you can have that discussion at that time. If you make the amendment now, it would be in the policy and that would need to be removed later if you want to. It's just really what council wants to do, but you will have the opportunity to discuss this in the future. And when going into 6.05, I just want to make clear that what I'm looking at it doing there is just I want to keep the language around the timing. So council talked about having that really high bar for, criminal behavior. I just want to make sure that we do have a process in there that has timelines in order to be able to do that. I worry about taking that whole chunk of it out of the policy without having that kept in there. So I just want to have the chance to think about it and make sure that the policy is going to work.
Can I just have a request to staff if we do go in this direction of it coming back with some wording changes and consideration on that regional being removed from that passing?
Right.
Would we be able to get an exact breakdown of the churches and the amounts so we can kind of have a little bit more of a fulsome discussion on that addition, even if it's not in the policy?
Yes.
I know that numbers come to council, but it being back in the report would be very helpful.
So maybe I suggest that council pass a motion that the council permissive tax exemption policy, draft policy be forwarded to the next regular council meeting with information on religious institutions included in the report. It's not the most artful motion, but it'll get its way across.
I'll make that
Councillor
motion.
Councillor Kerr, okay.
Second.
No, there was,
No, we actually,
Yeah.
the
main motion's on the table. So if council wants to defeat that
we do
motion,
have a motion on the
Yeah.
table.
thank you, Shelley. So if council wants to defeat the motion on the table, which is to adopt the policy, and then we can pass a motion to forward it to the next meeting.
So there was a motion to adopt the policy that had 2 amendments. And so I'm going to call the vote to vote on adopting the policy. And if we are looking to do what we're looking to do to gather more information and adopt the policy at a future meeting, you will vote against the policy at this time. All those in favor of adopting the policy as amended twice this evening, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated unanimously. So now the new motion on the floor is that staff will go back, taking the comments from this evening and take a look at the permissive tax exemption policy and also bring further monetary information on the permissive tax exemptions for churches.
Let's maybe just change it from churches to religious institutions.
To religious institutions. Seconded. Any questions or comments about this coming to our next RCM meeting with more details? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's make that hard decision next. Okay, so now we have four correspondences there. The first one is in regards to, sorry, can I pass the first two together? We have the same topic. There's a letter from Mayor Bob Wells. Actually, we'll do one at a time. So the mayor, thank you, moved, and a seconder. And all those in favor of receipt? Just checking refund. Okay, the next letter is from Mayor Vicky Brown in regards to also the concern with the strengthening community grant funding that was set to expire at the end of June. The seconder. All those in favor of receipt? And there has been some meetings set up this month in July to advocate for the continuation of that funding. There has been news came in that they're changing the program name, but there is anticipated funding to go towards the Strengthening Communities program, which I believe includes some of the drop-in services for cooling and warming centers through the winter time. So there is some action happening there, but I don't know what the final update or outcome is because it's still out with the province on that. At UBCM.
Yeah.
Sorry, I believe that they're looking for this council to endorse their general advocacy on this issue. So they'd be looking for a motion of support.
So I'll make the motion that we send a letter of support as requested off to UBCM to request a meeting on this topic. On their request, we're supportive of their request.
Second.
And over to Corporate Officer Russell. Do you have a comment?
The first letter from Mayor Wells is asked.
So my confusion here is it says that it's to request a meeting between local and regional partners, and that meeting has been set for a date in July. So that's kind of where I feel like that portion has been done offline, like that's happened. And then Vicky kind of sent a letter, sorry, Mayor Brown sent a letter to confirm their participation in that meeting and that advocacy. So I think just in the amount of time that's passed since these letters have passed, we're already participating, but not in perhaps a letter format. So I'm not sure that we need to send a letter at this time. But I will make sure Comox attends the meeting that's set. The third letter to receive is a letter from the Comox Valley Youth Council on the climate action event happening in 2024. If I can get a motion to receive and a seconder. It's been moved and seconded. And any questions or comments, I will say this would fall under the policy that we granted today and that we don't have the extra funding. So I'll go online to Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, thank you. I just wondering maybe if we could reach out to them and say instead of a cash donation, if there's other ways that we could support or promote the event, either by attending or through our social media or in any other way, maybe just to connecting with the organizers and see if there's some role for the town to play or for us to play as councillors.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor Kerr. And over to staff, do we need a motion to say that we will send kind of an in-kind / volunteer? Please invite council. Okay, so Councillor Kerr, do you want to make that motion that we send the kind of decline, but also listing what we may be able to do with more manpower in kind?
Sure.
Okay, that's moved. I'll second that. Any questions or comments on that letter being sent back to the Youth Council for their November 14th event? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. The final letter here is from Vancouver Humane Society, and it's in regards to bears being killed across the province. It's a North Vancouver district motion, and I believe they're looking for our support at the Union of BC Municipalities Convention in September. So I'll just get a motion to receive that letter, please. It's been moved. Seconded. Any questions or comments on that request of support? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we have no late items, no reports from members of council. No media questions, no public questions. There's no resolution to go in camera. And I will just go back around the table. Are there any, if there's any really important announcements that anyone has? Perhaps just include them on our next meeting or offline. I don't want to go backwards. There's nothing to rise and report, so I will move for adjournment at 9:24.
Second.
And all those in favor of adjournment? Thank you so much for everyone's time this evening, the last 5 hours, and for staff for coming along for the public hearing and meeting. Thank you. Have a good night.